And away we go. What? Or I never hear my phone ring from right next to me. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Put this iron away. Get out the last iron that needs smelting. Probably keep smelting copper while I'm here doing it. Let's see. Regular silly wood I can put away. Alright, I'll put the coal away too. Oh, you know what? I can start refining the E-tier that I've got here. Okay. Alright, let's grab more material. Let me repair before I make myself heavy. And restock my food. I have to make more food. Oh crap. Let's do that. Let's go re-up the farm. Put more flour in, restock food. I guess these are all things I could do off stream too. I got a big donut. I guess that's a downside to how far away I put the mills. Yeah. Alright, let's... Come on, stamina, regen faster. Oh, it's just a meat going. Holy water's running out. Town's lost its faith. Donut. So good. Alright. Yoink. Yoink. Oh, bless hallelujah. Okay, let's see what I've got for flour. A decent amount, yeah. Good amount of berries. Make more dough. I like getting extras. Onion, Jotun, Fiddlehead. Ask me how I've been. I'm great. I'm not okay. Let me put these in there. One more stack of Jotun. Need a little bit of wood. Oh yeah, there should be white smoke when they're done. Honestly, I could probably do away with having bread altogether and do scorching and salad as my common stamina foods. Let's see. Okay, guys. More food. One more. Oh yeah, that's a healthy amount of food stocked up. Okay, could be another stamina food amongst all of this. Let's see. E-tier. Spicy marmalade. I could do that. I've got plenty of vineberry and honey. Decent amount of fiddlehead. so I'll have to grab another cluster of vine berries after this cooks. Only makes 5 though. I will have to make sure that I'm collecting vine berries more often. Over the edge. Put those away for now. Living like a rock star. Been thinking about that something. We gotta do salads. Onion, cloudberry, goten. Onion, goten, cloud. Pop punk skater. And I said, no way. Ugh. Whoa. Whoa. Crap. Dumpy. I made too many already. Put stuff back. Hey, is it Matt or Matthias? This is called Valheim. Great game. Really great game. I made too much food though, so we'll just use this as overflow. It's like a Viking mythology, semi-sandbox explorer combat. Got from my understanding, a Elden Ring type, less, as far as I understand, less hard, but an Elden Ring type combat where, you know, your whole thing is about learning the animations and blocking at the appropriate times, dodging. I am currently in the process of getting into gaming at 50. Well, I'm 40 and I've been gaming a long time. So, depending upon what you're interested in, I might have a bunch of suggestions for you. Um, if you like Legos, Minecraft is great. Minecraft has, you know, nearly an infinite list of possibilities of stuff available to it, but it is much more toned down graphics. Valheim, um, Valheim actually has pretty low textures. If you look at like the character, you can see that it's not like a super high-end 3D model or anything. But I think what they did really well was vegetation and lighting, and so it lends this very ethereal kind of vibe to everything. Essentially, the idea here is that you wake up after having died essentially as a Viking. Oh yeah, yeah. So it's got kind of a similar vibe to Breath of the Wild in that you are exploring the world. You've got a kind of similar combat, but this doesn't have a lock on at all. I believe Valheim is on consoles. I'm playing on PC. But there is a pretty big building aspect to the game. Now, I'll show you what I built, but I will tell you right now, 99% of what I built is unnecessary, and it's literally just me building for the flavor of what I like, and it has nothing to do with your ability to progress in the world. If you want to go like bare minimum on building in order to progress, you need a couple different like workbench type things, and that's it. I built a lighthouse. It's not loading. I think my character is too far away for it to load. Yeah, I'm playing on PC, but I'm pretty sure it's on consoles, PlayStation and Xbox, I think. I'm pretty sure. I remember them talking about crossplay. I don't play on console, so I am usually kind of oblivious to whether or not something is available there. But if you wanted to just build the bare minimum, all the stuff in my basement is the like bare minimum, you know, crafting stations, storage for items to craft with to make your food and your armor and that kind of stuff. Everything else around here that's not in my basement is just extra for the vibes. Forge of Empires. It sounds familiar, but I don't think so off the top of my head. Let me Google it. Maybe I'll recognize it. Nope, never played Forge of Empires. Yeah, I've done like whatever the most recent Sim City was, like Sim City 3000 or something. It offered a multiplayer option to it, but it turned out that there was like an easy way to make money, which kind of took some of the joy out of it once you got to that point, and it became like you could throw money at everything, so it didn't matter. So I was kind of hoping that they'd come out with another version at some point that I'd be able to try again with. What? What? Oh, okay. So this game has a sea serpent in it. Should I build? I don't know if I can dig one. So digging into water is hard in this game versus a lot of other games where you can affect the world and environment. But I was thinking it'd be kind of interesting if I dug out a spot to put a sea serpent here in what I'm going to end up building is like a city here. You know what? Let me use the shovel for those. Just so you know, I do have a handful of mods installed that let me do some things that I consider like quality of life changes. Shovel is not a default tool. Normally, you would just be using your pickaxe to dig a hole. But it swings really slow and eats up a bunch of stamina and takes forever. I'm using a shovel. I don't get any resources out of it, but I don't care about the resources as much as I do about just getting a hole dug quickly. Just because this is all cosmetic building anyways. Wanted to see how deep I could get this, if I can get it deep enough to put a sea serpent in. And I think I can. So the story of this game is essentially you're a Viking and you end up, you know, dying in combat at some point. And you're not sent to Valhalla immediately. You're brought here to Valheim, which is a bit of like a purgatory, kind of where monsters and unproven souls are kept. And so you're kind of tasked with proving your worth to the gods, to Odin, before you could be allowed to leave and go enter Valhalla. The game is technically not in full release yet. The 1.0 is launching September 9th, and then it'll be in a full release at that point. I think this will, I don't know. I don't think this will be big enough to keep a serpent in. I don't think that'll work for a serpent. Maybe I'll have to do something else if I want to consider dealing with the serpent. That's alright. That's alright. Take the stone back. We're gonna fix this. Yeah, I think that's fine. This. Let me pop these out so that I can see. That, and then 1, 2. Yeah, so like I said, I do have mods here, so that is giving me some abilities that aren't in the default game, like some of the way that I'm letting the blocks I'm building with twist and turn are not by default available. But the game really is not limiting with building. I'm going much more hardcore in the aesthetics than most people. Just need a little bit more stone to put this last block in. There we go. Okay, now the real question is going to be, do I want to put iron grating over top of it so that you can see the runoff area, or do I want to cover it? I think I'm going to just cover it. Up above. Try flattening this out. Yeah, I think I'll end up filling that in. Oh, that went lower than I wanted. All right. I think a tavern would probably be first for the city. Talking about me, sweetie? Yeah, whiteness has nothing to do with PE, son. No, it doesn't. Stop saying "yaha" like you know it doesn't. It's a crazy thing to say. Okay. So I think what I want to do is start with a tavern. Cannon, crazy visions of me. Let me, before I start this, actually, let me do another flyby. Not 5. There we go. There we go. Let me save this as save that and oh, run that real quick. Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Bum bum bam. Um, Let me. And go repay. Which side he export. Yeah. I will. And I will drink in your trash can. Wow. Oh, so much back. Uh. A B. Okay. Hey, morning, Rubino. Well, I guess evening for you. Bum, 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 ba, bum. I did a lot yesterday. I went kind of hard with the build here. I was able to get the entire ocean walk boardwalk deal wrapped around this side of the coast to be able to start on the next district of building. I'm just doing a flyby before I start building. I think I'm going to build a tavern with maybe a few rooms upstairs. It might just be a tavern, though. I might keep it just a tavern. I have a generic idea for kind of a cosmetic plan. Yeah, I mean, with Deep North around the corner, I mean, in terms of preparations, I haven't gone to kill the Ashlands boss yet, but I have read something that said that if you kill the Ashlands boss before Deep North releases, that you will likely have to kill it a second time in order for it to like register properly that you've done it, I guess. I don't know for sure. I, just read it on like a Discord page. So this was part of my thought here was if I make this stony ground level and then wood above that. Hey, how's it going, Sujiban? I was thinking I could potentially make a decent building this way. I think we'll try with this build first with the tavern and then go from there. Because if I can't do a tavern well with this cosmetic idea, yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is going to end up being if you have to do something over or not. Let's see. I want go like this. I'm trying to think if I do a lower ground floor tavern like this. I want to make sure that I can include some level of like windows and stuff. I don't know what that Amazon package is. Let's see. No, I don't think I would want to do it that way. I think I'd rather make it let me do this. Is that right? No, that didn't fit where I want it to. Try this one. There we go. Okay, so if this is a tavern, there should be some place for like sitting and drinking and whatnot, and eating, and then also yeah, that'll happen from time to time where you get swamps without any crypts in them. It will happen. Usually the bigger the swamp, the better in terms of finding crypts. So my only real advice is, try again and hopefully the next one will be worthwhile. What if I did it like this? So I was thinking of semi-medieval type houses. That's in Minecraft. I don't want a Minecraft viewpoint of it. I want to show. Hold on. Let me look at the. Let me grab the imagery that I was looking at. You know what? Actually, what did I do with it? I had saved building ideas. There we go. Here, let me put it up on this page. Main monitor. Boink. Okay, so this is the kind of idea that I was thinking of, where it's a stony bottom floor with wood floors above. I don't know that I can make it that many floors above, because obviously wood has its restraints, and I don't want to have to use iron poles in all of these. But if I made like one floor that was slightly taller in wood as the top floor, I think that that could be fitting. But this kind of general idea where it's stone on the lower floor, wood on the upper floor. That was my thinking, is something like that with this. It's, you know, like medieval inspired. We're going to try with a tavern first, and then we'll go from there. And if I don't like it, I'll tear it down and do something different. Let's put this one over, actually, one. Like that, and then so I guess one of the decisions I have to make is if I want the tavern to be multiple floors, and if I do, you know, just how many rooms I guess I would put in the second floor, if the tavern counts as an inn. Well, I guess one question should be should I be doing a stony floor for the interior ground floor? I think that that's going to end up causing me to burn through so much stone if I did that. And I think it would work perfectly fine if I kept the ground floor wood. Right? I think that'd be fine if the ground floor was wood. I don't think that that would take away from the aesthetics. It might even add to it just so it doesn't look castle-esque in the bottom floor. So if I did it like this, maybe table, couple tables here, put the bar over here. I could put stairs at the back that go here and then above the bar. I could put a small row of rooms above this section. Maybe what I'll do, what if I do this? What if I plan on having some stone supports out here and have there be like a walkway here? Because what I might end up doing with this medieval style build is I might end up putting the buildings like extremely close together and like making small alleyways between them. So what if this was the alleyway and this is like where the other building ends up starting, and above is a row of rooms that you would rent in the tavern? I think that that could work. Probably don't need to make the tavern any deeper than this either, too. So the primary district that I was working on this whole time, all the area with the tar roof, I think that that's done with the exception of I was going to do one guard shack, which I need to get a little bit more tar for, I think. And then I need a bunch more core wood because I was going to line the walls with core wood, like basically every block width, to make it look like supports, but also help break up the dimensions of it. I think before I surround it entirely in stone, I think I want to bring some material over and start the wood and the flooring. Come on. Alright, plop all this stuff down. I did make another hidden walkway area. So underneath the whole ocean walk is going to be like hidden walkway. Goes all the way across it. And then what I plan on doing is, as I have the city go inland away from the ocean, I'll make a stony walkway and I'll leave space underneath again so that I can have more of this, you know, like basement access. So like if I wanted basement access to this building, I could end up, you know, popping a door on the side and have stairs that go down, which I might do. But I could end up doing it like the way that like basement access would have been done in the past, where they didn't do basement access points from the interior. They did them on the exterior, where you'd go out the back and then you'd have the sort of hatch door to pull open. Do a repair. And let's bring over a bunch of wood. I just dump stuff in that box. Oh, I just thought of something. So I'd wanted, or I'd thought about, what do you need for a stone cutter? To craft one, or like how do you unlock it? Because you need iron to craft one. So I'm pretty sure once you have iron ingots, it'll unlock the craft for it. Yeah, so you're probably just locked behind the iron, which you'll get from crypts. Yeah, it's not very expensive to make. You just have to get to the iron to be able to do it. I think I'm gonna, let me pop these out. I want them to be lined up. What is this? Yoink. Okay. Do I want one more layer of stone? I think I do. So, but oh, one thing I need to check. I had planned on doing Grosstein roofs for these buildings here. But if I do a layer of wood roof, I don't know if Grosstein roofs are going to be considered too heavy for wood. And like if they'll only fit on... I'm pretty sure every monster in the swamp has a chance of dropping scrap iron. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. So if you get into fights with them, you should be able to get iron early that way. Okay, so let's see. Behind the bar should be a shelf of drinks. What else? Okay, so if I did a shelf, I don't have to make it massive. It just needs to be, you know, medium depth. If I made it that deep. Make it that tall. Come and visit me a month soon. I'll be 60 years old. Well, let's go there. Well, years old. Okay, so if I do this, I can also make a door here for getting behind the bar. Let's see. I'd make it like this. I would probably want to have a room that could be like, you know, the owner's like office with a bed for him to sleep in. So if I did it like that, that is just big enough for a bed, really, and a small table. Right, if we wanted to put a table against the wall over here, about like that, and then go there, go back. We could put another door here. Kind of wild how big a cavern is going to turn into being. Oh, these are misaligned from what I want. There we go. Okay, so if I went like that, then the big thing that I wanted was to ensure that the stairs didn't encroach on my headroom. Okay, just this. Okay, yeah, I had no idea for sure. I just know that when I get, raided by swamp monsters, I definitely experience free iron, but I couldn't remember off the top of my head for sure whether it was which ones it was. Oh, I go like this. I go like this. And go. Need more wood. What was that, like right here? Okay. So, bar, stools, some tables back here, some tables around here, back door exit. I could do stairs down here. No, not it's I don't know what the drop rate is. You'd have to check the Valheim wiki to see what it says about the rate at which it drops. I don't know what the rate is. It might not be a very good rate for the drop. I need to grab some stone. Brenna's trying to raid me again. I don't have any stone over here. Crap. Oh, I do have some stone over here, just not enough. I don't even see her. Okay, let's do... Grab a little wood of wood. Yep. I don't even see Brenna, though. That's who's raiding me right now, and I don't even see her, so... Not worried. We're gonna plop a half block here to get that placed. Okay, so thinking, what if I wanted a second floor exit also? I would want that to come down to the back somewhere around here. So if I did this... Okay, so if I did that, and then assume that this is going to go up to do like a second floor balcony. Want to theorize the second floor position so that I have something to work from. So if the second floor starts right there, I only need to go that high. Except I probably want to start the second floor slightly higher. Is that too tight? Should I start the second floor stairs from here? And then I can poop this out. I can move this door back. Make the bar space a little bit bigger. What do we think? I think that that's probably better, giving me a little bit more space with the bar. And then I can make the shelf a little bit wider. Just a little bit. Probably stop it there just so that I'm not running into it when I open the door. Okay, so like that. And then if I wanted to do a basement, okay, so if I move the stairs all the way over here, or going up to the second floor, that makes sense, I think. We'll do it like this. For the stairs being visible here, I think what we'll do is just box them in. Manager gets his privacy. No problem. Have fun walking the cat. Oh, that damn, but I love her anyway. Doorbell. What? Oh, okay. What? Sorry, there's people here, and I did not expect people here. Oh. Hey. Trying to pull up my camera so that I can see who is here. Oh, interesting. A bunch of people for some reason. Okay. All right, so if this is the second floor, I think that that is a healthy enough height. So I guess the question becomes if I want to take the stone any higher or not. I don't think I do. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll make it to where this is the wall. What I might want to end up doing is kind of like invent a table design to use here using just wood planks so that I don't have to burn through tons of fine wood. I can just leave the fine wood for some chairs and stools. In the dark, dark. Ah, don't fall down. Okay, so let's go with this. Nope. Do it like that, and then go across. These are going to be relatively small rooms, I think. Like double, like 2 block distances wide. 12 feet wide. Yeah, that should be plenty wide, honestly, for, you know, hotel rooms, so to speak. Do I want to do another one here? I think I do. Okay, so this is 1, 2 block distances before they touch. So a half, 1, and another half before they touch. So if I go like this, go like that. I think I gotta back this up a smidgen to make it work. Everything is wrong. Well, oh, that's too far out. Okay. Like that. Doorbell. Gong. Okay. Um. Go with this one. Pop that out. Go like that, and then we just want double wide for stairs, or a little wide enough for stairs. I don't think I have any more stone up front here. Oh, okay. Eat. Go just hit this real quick, so I don't want to go run and get a whole bunch of stone right this second. Although I do need a rested buff again. Ooh, 40 stone from that. Nice. Let's see if I can raise this up a little bit. Damn it. Let's go with a dig. And I know Not what I wanted. Maybe I'll use Grosstein stairs so that it's nice and steep. Grosstein stairs. Oh, that's going to be too tall. Okay, so I want Grosstein stairs to come up to this height. So let me... Let me start with block here. Start like that. Let's raise this up. I have to sneeze. Excuse me, sorry. Hey, kiddo. You need to get dressed to be able to do your tennis. One. I think that worked. Um. Frosting roof corner. Arched roof corner. There's an arched roof corner. Corner, roof corner. Hey, how's it going, Deca? It is going well enough for me. I have not used Grostine roof pieces before, so I'm not sure how they're supposed to fit together into a corner. I guess. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure I had it put. No, I didn't have it twisted. Weird. That's like an inside corner. It's a little confusing. So I wanted to make sure, one, that the Grostine roof, even though it's listed as a heavy, it won't go on here. So this will have to be all thatched roof. So if I'm going to do stone bottom, wood top, I am going to have to use a thatched roof, which is fine because I have infinite wood and that might end up looking pretty good anyways. I just wanted to also have a section with stone and Grostine roofs because the Grostine roofs look like nice red shingles. But if we're going to do thatched roof, I can do like this. Put that one here like this, actually. But this one like this. Oh, you know what? No, let me do this. Hey. Shallow roof. Oh, no, wrong one. Shallow. Deca, I don't know what the last part you saw was. Hold on, let me look at the map real quick. We were talking about 1.0 and how he was reading up on the save logs that as long as you don't go too far north, it shouldn't do anything negative to your save logs. Oh, that's too shallow of a roof piece. Go with a taller one then. Go with that one here. Oh, so hey, you didn't close the door, bud. Never mind, you did. It's the children's. I basically I finished. You might get rid of the hard mode, yeah. So I basically finished this district. I have some more fine details that I intend on doing, but I didn't feel like doing like small details right now. I want to do more create. So like I've got all of this here. Those are the only doors. Oops. The only doors. Port box. Exit. Okay, so I was doing core wood as like a decorative thing for kind of making it look like it's helping reinforce the wall structure where I cut in to do this walkway. And so I was going to continue doing core wood along the wall. I'll have to farm more core wood to get it done. And I just didn't feel like doing that. But like that's a fine detail. And then doing a little bit more with these couple outpost towers that I've got. And then I want to build a house up here that'll be my house. And it'll be up here and it'll be fancy. And I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I don't have any idea of the extremes of it. I might You know what I might do? Maybe I'll base the main part of the house here and have like an external staircase that goes up here to the bedroom and have that be like a secluded space with just not like exposed staircase, but like a staircase that's built specifically just for that and cover it like a detached room or something. That could look kind of whimsical. But yeah, this is all basically done with not much left to do furnish wise or anything. I might end up keeping this build as like a sort of forever build, but also at the same time, I've seen some mods that are out there, and some of that stuff looks really cool. So it's hard to know for sure what I'll end up wanting to do when it's all said and done. Go do a repair real quick and sleep, and then bring back some more stone and wood. Yeah, I thought about that too. Like, I wasn't thinking about like a base per biome, but I was thinking about a couple specific ones. I was thinking it'd be cool to do a swamp build that is like haunted castle mansion kind of vibe. You know, use a lot of the dark features, keep it more gloomy, maybe purposefully semi-destroy some of the stuff so that it looks warped, you know, a couple floorboards here or there or something. You know, the different levels of degradation when you're beating on a piece of floorboard or something. Let's grab all of this wood. Grab some more stone. Keep having ideas, and then I keep not having enough time to do all of the ideas. But me and my buddy were just talking about with 1.0, he said that part of the things that keep your save file from being corrupted in 1.0 when a new biome releases is don't go near that biome because it has to like rebuild the files in that territory. Even though the land is physically there, it has to like rebuild part of it, and apparently that's caused some save files to be corrupted over the years. And then the other one he said was having to do with killing the last boss of the currently active biome. Hi, Linnea Maeve. How's it going? So he was saying, basically, if we want to ensure that the save file... I mean, I believe it, but also, like, I host the server myself, so I am not too concerned because I know what I've been doing, and I've been saving the build. Like, I have a backup regime that runs the backup utility on the world. It's either every 30 minutes or an hour. I don't remember which. But basically, it saves it constantly. And then those backups get stored on my server. So I always have like 30 hours of backup data that I can always revert back to if something went wonky. Okay, so I'm going to make rooms for this inn. They're going to just kind of all be uniform. I am going to have to do thatch roofs after all. which is not terrible. Uh, these guys might end up with windows, but I'm going to exclude windows for now. Playing Poe 2 and Poe 1 League. Oh, Poe 1 League is around the corner. My buddies are on Poe 2. Damn it. I fell. Linnea Maeve, is Lynn fine, or would you prefer Linnea Maeve for the whole thing? And then, how's it going? I don't know when you got in here, but we were just talking about the 1.0 stuff. I have never played Path of Exile myself. Not never, but like I tried it once and it was not my cup of tea, so I didn't touch it again. I think damn it. Here, let me fix this. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Okay. So I think for me, what ended up happening was I played Diablo 3 and it had all of these big promises for D3 that weren't in the game. And then when the game was brand new, all that there really was to do was to play through the game and then play through it again on the next difficulty and again on the next difficulty. Hi, Sushi. And so for me, D3, I think, ruined that concept of that visual style of game and how that all plays. I don't think I could do it. So I think I will give these guys windows. I just don't know. I want to get like the overall building done first so that I have a good idea of like spacing and if I need to do anything different for the roof. I mean, I enjoyed D3 the day that it launched, and for probably 6 weeks I played the shit out of it. I thought it was great. But then I like kind of came to the realization that the game was just a lot of rinse and repeat the exact same content over and over and over again. And I was just like, this is lame. And then it's like, oh no, you just got to go get the best gear. Okay, how do you do that? Well, it's completely random on which boss is going to have which items. So like your item you want, it comes from this, you know, this boss, but like you might have to kill him 50 times to get the thing you want. It's like, I don't think that's what I want to do with my time. We're going to make those windows. And we're going to do small windows here. If I said that things would never get rough, cliche motivation could never be enough. Anybody on YouTube, I am not randomly singing. I am listening to music. I just can't play it over YouTube because YouTube has extra rules about all of that stuff. But it is on Twitch. If you are on Twitch, you can always come listen to whatever I have streaming there. So I'm not a crazy person. I am listening to music on stream. Let's see. So I think one thing that I've realized about Valheim, one aspect of making a build look nice from the outside is making it so that the roof has a lot of extra angles to it when it's just like a singular angle, you know, big rectangular roof. I think it ends up being too bland. Let me grab some more wood. Oh, put a little extra wood away. Okay. Let's do this. No, let's turn these walls around so that it all matches. Okay. So I've got the internals done in a way that I think is fine. Do we think that there should be a... Oh, Joyce. A long time. Although this world, it's been a few months. Should I have a small, like, balcony sitting area up here? Like, just enough for, like, one table up here. And then more balcony. I don't know. I don't have specific numbers, Joyce. I have been playing on this save for a long time now. Do I want to do it like this? This doesn't need to go up all the way. I could do tiered pieces of roof here. I go right there. No, I'll make that one bigger by that. So if I go shallow roof, and then I want to do a half a block drop. Yeah, that'll work, I think. So we'll go shallow roof there, and then there and there. Now it's overhanging. Oh, except if I went the other direction. Here, if I started from here. Nope, that's too shallow. No, I did not watch a dev interview at all. I have watched the trailer for 1.0, and that's the extent of my knowledge of 1.0 or dev things. Well, you know what? I should make sure that it stays on the edge right there like that, and I'll have the overlap there. And then we'll do this one, this. This, right? Let's. Where is it? This one. We go like this. let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do thatched roof. I think that's fine though. I think thatched roof overall will be okay. I didn't intend on doing thatched roof. Not gonna hit my head on that. That's good. Okay, so now if I keep this running at this angle, I want to do this, but I want it to be a half a block overhang. You know what? The half a block overhang might not be necessary. Let's try it without the overhang. The ocean, teardrops everywhere. All right, go like this. Yeah. I think that makes sense, right? And then we follow the same pattern down. And then we'd go like this. New enemy AI. I don't know. So they announced the game, of course, or the 1.0 portion, of course, the other day. And all I did was watch the 1.0 trailer. I didn't do anything beyond that in terms of, consuming anything about it. I know prior to that 1.0 announcement, they had spoken about not having any plans like set in stone for what to do post 1.0 because they didn't want to pigeonhole themselves into being required to doing something and then not doing something, because after 1.0 they might not do anything with the game ever again. Trying to think of the size of this building versus how much roof angles can be supported in different directions. What I might need to do is actually start the roof here from this close and then go up towards the center from here. Let me see how high this goes. This about halfway? Well, I mean, I've got this still. So if I went from here and made those a bunch of little side roofs, oh, didn't mean to break that. I hate when I go to click to copy a thing and I end up breaking it. Hey, how's it going, Matthias? Welcome back. You know, part of the downside of winging it is having to come up with things on the fly that sometimes just don't work. So I was thinking about if I want to have like a upper floor seating area here, but if I do, I can't have this shallow of a roof unless I start it like one block higher. If I start it from here, then it's fine. Which I think is okay if I start it from there. Because I was also thinking, if I do these rooms here, the doors don't need to be very big. I can do... Oh, don't go in the floor. I can do door, door, and then I think what I'll do is I'll do this one here, and then I'll do one smaller room. I guess it'll be ultra small. Put it here. So if I did it like that, because, you know, bedrooms in the innkeeper type area don't have to be very big, because the idea would just be maybe a table, a chair, and a bed, or, you know, just a bed. Oh. So I was thinking for these different rooms, trying to think about the roof angles coming together. I have a text message. Okay. It's my mom's birthday, so we're going to take her to dinner. No, I was not going to do a lock stable. Loxes are bitches. I love Loxes, but they're such bitches. They constantly destroy everything. So I'm not worried about giving them any space at all beyond their current holding cell over here. Loxes are just annoying in... Oh, didn't mean to break that part. They're annoying in that they're constantly aggroing on everyone and everything, which is fine, except for the parts where they start destroying shit. You know? So it's like, grow up, Lox. You ain't gotta be a whiny baby about it. Okay, so roof from many angles. If I do this, like this. Actually, instead of like that, let's do this so that I can have a window here. So let's call that a window, and then we will do roof from here. All right, how are those going to meet up? They're going to be nice. Here, let's go like that. Oh, they will come together where I want them to. That's great. Okay. Stuff is popping because I didn't reinforce it here. I think this will come together properly without issue. Okay, so the one thing I need to do here is actually take this out. I want to start that from half a block out. So let me start it from this angle. Oh. Ah, I fall down. Alright, this is where it could easily get weird, but all of these roof pieces are going to start meeting up together. Okay, are these going to meet up where I want them to? Ooh, almost. Would I have to go half a block taller on this side for them to just meet where I want them to? Let's find out. Oh, it won't let me do that further like that. Let's try half a block up. I guess half a block up or half a block down, I should be able to get it to reach. Let's do half a block down. Wow. Is that right? Let's find out. Nope, not quite. That is half a block weird. Okay, so you know what I could do? Oh, I need stamina. One thing I could do to fix this is I can actually start that part from this wall. If I start it from there, this should allow it to meet up. Oh, I am out of wood, surprisingly enough. There. Grab more wood. Okay. So if I go based on that inner wall here, but then go run that over the edge on this side, that's fine. That can just be the exterior wall like that at that point. And then from in here, just run it like that. And then for this gap, we can just fill it. Because who cares, right? Well, at the very least, that's going to be like that. Okay, instead of blocking off the view of the stairs, I think the better way to handle it is to show the stair rails. And underneath piece. Oh, yeah. Thought I was going backwards for a second. And then maybe we could put a keg under the stairs. Okay. So go like this. I think all this makes sense. The roof is probably going to be interesting looking from the exterior, at least. The other option I have here is to do like a corner piece, but I don't know that that makes sense. I think that this is fine, the staggered roof like this. I think that that makes sense visually looking at it, or enough sense. Music shift. There we go. This is, so if I do end up, I guess if I'm doing thatch on this one, I wanted to do an area of Grosstein roofs because the Grosstein looks really cool being, you know, that it looks like kind of like red clay roof. But Grosstein is considered a heavy material for the roofing, so you can only put it on top of something that's reinforced like stone. Okay, now these over here, I was thinking what I would do for this is 2 separate gables. So if I did divider slightly taller in between those rooms and these rooms. Missed. Okay, if I go like this. Whoa, I broke a mice. Yeah, I could do that. 2 gables here. This one, I think what I'll do is I'll break those and have it follow the same recipe. And then that will just do here, we will also grab more wood because we're going to need it. And I think I'll build a workbench in there so that I can repair without having to run back and forth. We're all gonna die, but we're looking dark. Oh, wood. Oh wait, I should still have a bunch of wood out here. Grab from here first. Yeah, lots of wood. Actually, give me a hot minute. I'm going to use the restroom and grab a fresh drink. And check on the kiddos that I think are just watching YouTube. So give me a second and I will be back 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna stretch and all that stuff too. Oh, my thighs hurt. So I'll be back in a few. I have returned with soda. Tell you what, zero sugar Dr. Pepper cream soda, probably the best one that there is. Oh. Okay. Let's get our rested buff on. I was when I was out there getting a drink. So, long story short, my mom is living with us for coming up on 2 years now because her house got destroyed when California had us really, really terrible rain 2 years ago. What they call an atmospheric river. So her house got destroyed to the point that it was like all the ceiling drywall came down, molded everywhere. It was bad. So she moved in with us so that she'd have a place to stay while working on dealing with the insurance. Well, the insurance came back saying, no, we're not going to pay for anything because you weren't technically covered at the time. And the technicality there, realistically, should be because of the insurance adjuster that wrote her deal, the broker. But the insurance company isn't covering it, and so the TLDR of it all is that she's not covered. So she's been working on her house slowly, getting contractors to come through and work on stuff and that kind of thing. Oop, I broke it. So she's been staying with me at my house with me and my wife and my kids for November will be 2 years. Is what it is, and there it is. But she's here and it's her birthday, so I was asking her what she wanted to do for her birthday for like dinner, and we would take her out to dinner, and she's like, oh well, I'm already going to town. I could just pick up the place that we were talking about eating, the Chinese food. I was, oh, are you sure? And she was like, well, it's gonna taste the same whether we pick it up or go sit there, so you know, why bother going out there? You know, you are not wrong. Sometimes it's nice to go out, but I have 3 kids. So a lot of times, the huge pain in the ass to go out anywhere because I've got 3 kids. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, going to a restaurant with my mom is totally fine. Like, that's not an issue. It's the 3 kids part, man. It is hard to take all 3 to a restaurant, but it's not like I can leave any of them at home instead of taking them to the restaurant, you know? Why is this off-centered? What's happening? I think it's because of that wall. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. That got a little off cockeyed. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I remember what it was like having just one kid, you know, because we started with one and he was 5 before he got a sibling. So I do remember what it was like having just one. Honestly, because he would get fed up of sitting there. Here's the thing that's irritating sometimes. Some restaurants are good about it, some are meh. Here's one of the irritating things. When you're a parent and you have a kid, even just one kid, sometimes the restaurant will be like, oh, we're going to be kind and we're going to bring you your kids' food first because we're going to get it in and out and you'll have your kids' food. And it's like, that's great. But the problem is when my kid is done eating and my food hasn't arrived yet. So now I spend all of dinner walking my kid back and forth because they're frustrated that they have to even be here anymore. You know, so it's like now I spent most of my first son's young age. I spent most of it not getting to actually eat at the restaurant and having to take the food home because he, you know, would constantly just have those explosive feelings while we're sitting down to eat. And like, okay, well, I'm here with my wife's family, so my in-laws. I might as well let my wife eat and then I'll eat later and it's fine. You know, like it sucks, but it's not that big of a deal. It'll be okay. And then she can eat, at least. So yeah, some restaurants, seems like they think that they're doing you a favor, but they're not. Okay, the roof is coming together, I think. Do we want it like that? Let me pop that out, actually. We'll put this one here. And then we'll put this here. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that's 5, really. Having had 3, and one is currently 5, one is 7, one is 12. I can say from some pretty solid experience that 5 is a untalked about terrible twos type of situation. Like, it is similar to what people would have described in the past a terrible twos to be like. But I think it's comparable enough that people should be talking about it more instead of, oh yeah, terrible twos is the worst. I think that people should be not sleeping on 5 being as terrible as it is, because she's old enough to know better on a lot of things, but not enough. And so with some shit, it's like, I know you know better, but you know, her compulsions as a 5-year-old, she is straight up compelled to do certain things. Last night, it's brush teeth time. So she's still kind of whiny about the whole brush and teeth thing. So I have to help her brush her teeth, even though she's 5 and I should be just only having to, like, you know, verify that she did a good job. Nope. She wants me to brush her teeth, especially when she's tired. So she sits down on the toilet. I go to start brushing her teeth. She goes to the toilet paper roll and spins it so that it unravels straight down into the bathroom toilet. I'm like, what? Or not the toilet, but the trash can. And it's like, why would you do this? Like, why would you destroy 3 feet of toilet paper? Like, what the hell, bro? And it's just that thing of like, and it's not talked about enough. 5-year-olds know how to do things, but they don't have control over that compulsive part of their brain. And so when they feel compelled to do something, they frickin' do it. Little buttholes. Oh, I'm out of wood. Yeah. So my third kid here. Maybe I don't. It's so weird. So my second kid, who is gonna be 8 in a couple weeks, I was legitimately concerned for a while that she was never gonna understand empathy because she just did stuff like no thought for consequence, no seemingly, she didn't seem to care about anyone or anything. And it's not like that anymore. She grew out of it, but like I actually thought for a while that she might have some like psychological condition because she seemed so uncaring. You know, she could hit somebody, make them cry, and she was just like blasé about it. And it's like, dude, why do you not care what you do? You are supposed to care. I feel like this is cockeyed. Is this cockeyed? It is. There we go. Yeah. It's rough when they're 5, but also like part of our problem we've experienced is that our 5-year-old looks about the same size as our almost 8-year-old. So sometimes it's just really hard to remember that she is as young as she is because she looks so close in size and age to her older sister. So it's hard to remember, like, oh yeah, she's just 5. She doesn't actually know better. She is, you know, just a baby still. So that's, you know, taking some getting used to also while working on everything. Okay. I think that this roof has got some good dimensions to it overall. That's got a half a block of overhang. Version 7.0. So I want to have the wood blocks like finishing here on the edges. But I do want the roof to go all the way up. Oh, dude, I have a hard time with it. The kid's not crazy. She's just 5. Like, I have a hard time. It's like, why are you like this? Yeah, it's tough. Being a parent is a lot tougher than a lot of people, you know, give credit to. So, you know, cheers for us for doing everything that we're doing in spite of how problematic and uncaring our kids may act a lot of the time. I think I want overhang like that. Oh, you know what? Let me nerf that. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And then, oop. Oh, for sure. The problem is, even though the good does outweigh the bad, the problem is that the bad usually comes with some very exhausted feelings. So it feels a lot worse than it actually is because you're also experiencing some level of exhaustion when those feelings are happening, right? So, like, you know, not only is a kid being very difficult and trying your patience, and it feels like it's a lot more frequent than it actually is because it's, you know, such a strong feeling. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's do that. I'm thinking I'm gonna do this with the beams because I don't want the beams to be seen through the top of the wood up there. Go like this. No, Bo. Oh. Stream Elements timed you out. I don't know what for. Hold on, let me log into Stream Elements and see. Sorry, I am working on my Stream Elements dashboard and was wanting to also make sure that the that the chat protection is existing. Spam filter. Trying to look at the history for the chat thing to see what it did or didn't do. It was too long. Oh God. Paragraph protection. Let's. I mean, I think paragraph protection is probably good, but I guess maybe let's make it like, I don't know, 500 characters. I doubt you were exceeding 500 characters. Yeah, well, my wife is a teacher, so she's the one that goes out and goes to work also. I can't say that I'm the patient one because the kids definitely do try my patience often. But I am the one that the kids go to for everything 99% of the time. But I have been, you know, the stay-at-home dad for 12 years. So, understandable that the kids would come to me in most situations. Okay, I think that this is starting to look like an actual, whatchamacallit, a tavern type environment. I think I want to block off this little section here above the wall. Just because, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be visible. Okay. I mean, it feels like a bar. Maybe one of those. Oh. That seems about the same spacing. I think that looks fine. So, interior. Crying out here, what would you trade the pain for? Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, is whatever works, right? Doesn't work for everyone necessarily, but if it works. Okay, I think that this makes sense. And then we've got a back door to a balcony that I think what I'll end up doing, I might make this balcony join to another building. Whenever I put another building in next to it. I'm not sure. I guess one thing I could do is have like a kitchen attached to this, right? I guess that'd be a thing. But if this is a tavern, instead of... I guess it could just be just drinks, right? Not food, just drinks. And then I could make like a separate restaurant. Oop. Oop. Ah. So what I wanted to do was to make sure I have some access points still to like go under the city if I really wanted to. Again, it's not really for any particular surf wings. It's not needed to be able to go into the city, but it's nifty. Okay, there we go. What do we think? Do we furnish the tavern before starting any other buildings? Like just start this, like do a building, complete it entirely, and before moving on? I think that probably makes sense, right? The one thing I was thinking is that I can use core wood as like visual supports, even though it's not super necessity. Go under part, I think. I do the under part or should I do over? I think over probably will look better in total. Okay. Do that. Do a vertical beam here. Yeah, I think it'd probably be a good idea if I finish this build entirely before doing anything else. Especially because if I go to move on to something else, I might forget what I was in the midst of over here. Pictures. I don't think I need to do uprights there since I'm doing horizontal beams directly over stone. Although I might just wait because I was thinking about adding another building to be like touching that walkway. Turn this into an alley. Boop. Okay, put that on top all the way, and then need more core wood. I'm gonna have to cut down this whole forest. I know I've got some more in a box over here. I believe I do. Yeah, there we go. Wood and stone too. Hot dog. Okay, so like a tavern, a fish merchant, a baker, a tailor, an armor smith, separately a armor and weaponsmith, like two different distinct groups or builds. True. Crap. Okay. The block height is not quite what I want it to be. Give me a 1.5 length of core wood. Alright. Well, that's looking good. Okay. That's good. We're doing there. And then do one here. Oh, that makes sense, right? Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then windows, probably want to frame those up some. Vertical, also. I think that makes sense. I think that looks good. Need more wood. Before I go get more wood, let's look at what we can do in here with core wood. There we go. And then this direction. Perfect. Yes. That's great. I think that's great. I think that all makes sense. But do one right there in the window? Nah. We'll say that it's going into the stone and that's plenty of support. So like that. See. 3. I think that makes sense, right? And then shallow beams. Ba-ba. Do I want beams like that or no? Kind of off-putting, right? I think the core wood is a little off-putting like that. Maybe if it were just beams here. Just a couple beams like that. Makes more sense. Wood. Wood. Okay. Oh, boink, 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 bink, boink, boink. Yeah. I think that looks appropriate. Let me do windows for the bedrooms, huh? Just leave all the doors open for now. Don't think I have enough wood on me to make beds for everybody, but that's okay. I think that looks good so far. Structurally speaking, at least, I think all that makes sense. The one thing I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to do it is gonna be like tables, because I don't want to use a bunch of fine wood tables. That sits too tall like that, I think. Let me try this. Do 2 blocks tall. I think that's an appropriate height. You can put a chair on each side or 2. Let me put it here, actually. And then see if I could sit down and see under it. Nope. I think that's an okay height, though. Is it big enough for 2 people? Or do I need to do that? Or 2 people on each side? I think that's a more appropriate height. But is that too tall? Where is it? Table. Oh yeah, that's way taller than the table. Okay. So let's see about shortening it. We want about here. Go like that, and maybe like that. That looks like a table to me. So if I want to do, say, a bunch of tables this height. Oh, you know what? Let me... I want to do a bunch of tables this height. Be like this. So let's put a pole under this one. If I go like this, the big table. Do we think? No, we probably just want a bunch of small tables, honestly. Yeah, if we put the... that'll be a little tight for chairs and stools. So maybe what we'll do... Yeah, let's just run it to the wall for this one. We will put table there. Uh, I think we'll go like that. Have another table. I think that makes more sense. Could put the chairs on the edges like that. Leave the walk space open a little bit more. Put stools. The only thing I don't have in here is a heat source. Do we think that the tavern wants a heat source? I think it probably does, huh? Darling, what is going on? Honest, that never happened. Lion is your favorite. Let's see. Let's move this one over a bit. Right there. Let's do... Hey, Sushiban, how's it going? I'm trying to figure out right now what I want to do for fire source, and I think I'm going to use Grostine to make a campfire area right here. Grostine is thin enough that I can actually build a chimney and have it make sense. So if we do fire right here like this, pop out that one. I have Grostine over here. Let's... I think we'll use this one. Darling, what is going on? Let's knock those out. Let's do a shallow block. And then we'll do another one on this side. Get rid of that. Okay, and then I think I want it more open than what that is going to offer. So let's do half block tall. Nope, didn't mean to move it there. Half block tall from there. Put it there. Yeah. So thanks to my ability to do twisty with the blocks, I think what we're gonna do is make it a thin chimney. Oh, you know what? That might be too thin. So let's just go like this. I should be. Yeah. I don't think anything will get in the way of it. I think that's a good size. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Let's do this one. Oh, actually, we can just do this. Go like that. Now, I want to cap it off I could cap it off with Grostine. Now, I don't think that would make sense. What if I did like this? I think that helps it look a little less blocky. Alright, thanks Sujiban. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I think that this looks better like this. Now I've got a fireplace in here. I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Use that as like a mantle. Table-wise, I think there should be more in here. I don't want it to be cluttered, but it shouldn't feel quite as open, I don't think. Let's see. If I... the awkwardness of in the corner... Maybe there should be one more here in the open. Oh. What do we think? Right there? Or one more over? If I go there, and I want to do stools, well, if I put the chairs sideways, then that should leave enough space. Now, light sources in here. I think I should probably go with regular torches just to reduce on like metal use. That would go way over the top if I was trying to do sconces in on the interior of everything. Pop those, move these out of the way. Fast light. I think I was trying to decide whether I wanted to do grading or not for this. I think I'm gonna cover it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna cover it. Honestly, this looks pretty great so far. Come back here. Ah, get dead. Oh, that's a big horde of fallings. Look at them. They've been killing gray dwarves like crazy. Oh, hello, Loxy. You want to hit this copper node for me? I hear something else in the forest fighting. Oh. We're falling. Piece of shit. Got him. Oh. I don't know what the best way to spawn-proof the area is. I wouldn't mind making it spawn-proof for a decent radius. Just to cut down on the annoyances while I'm trying to build. I know that campfires have a certain radius of spawn prevention, and so do workbenches. But all the things can get destroyed. Just another victim of the bad club. Okay, so this one I think is good. I need to do a bit more to finish it off. But overall, I think this is solid. Leave me alone. Put wood in here. Put stone in here. Core wood can go away. Oh, you know what? I can use the resin that I just got. Put some torches inside. We can also up a workbench under the floor. I like to hide a workbench wherever I can for the sake of, you know, always having a buildable range. I think in the corners makes the most sense. I'm now watching Parking Better, asking Mr. hashtag set. Put one at the foot of your bed. Starting to look like it's alive in here. Let's do rail. Nope, that one didn't survive on that end. Oh, hey, I got you. Okay. I'm out of resin. I think we... yeah, we can use locks. I was trying to think if we want to use lox hide or deer hides. I've got a ton of deer hide, but I can also always get more lox hide because I have loxes here that I can use. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. I think a chest in each room, a rug, and a bed is an appropriate setup for each one. I think that makes sense. I think that's a decent looking build. So these windows, though, I think they deserve framing in. Didn't close the door. That's a fun one to realize why when you're, you know, in your old age, being 40, I'm super old now. But realizing why your parents always got grumpy if you didn't close the door or you stood there with it open for a while. And it's that realization of how quick you can lose all your air conditioned air out the door. Okay, if I go right there, go like that. That's not quite what it needs to be. Can't get behind it. So let's do... What if we did this? Come on, I keep going past it. There we go. So if we go like that, then I can just make like a countertop over here. And then a couple chairs can sit up against it. And then maybe this one will do the full table design that we did before. We'll do chairs. How bad expensive are these chairs going to be? 4 fine wood each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 10, 14, 18, 22 chairs. And then 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 29, maybe 30 times 4. 120? Oh, yeah. 120, so 2.5 stacks of fine wood. Yeah, for the lights on in the house thing, I have just I've moved past the anger into a zen-like state of calm where, you know, I I know they're gonna do it. That's how I remind them, but I deal with the lights myself. You know, like I just, oh, lights are on again. Way to go, good job. And so I turned them off. All right. Okay, so aside from furnishing drinks, so one of the issues I'm going to run into is that serving tray does not offer. Close the door, sweetie, all the way. Serving tray does not offer steins, the mugs. So I have to craft mugs or have collected them from the dwarfs, from the dervigers. I don't know that I want to do serving tray stuff yet. I think that this is a solid enough amount of things. Maybe I'll do rugs. We'll do rugs and call that built enough for this. And then we'll do a sign. We'll do a sign on the front of it. I guess we could do chairs too. We'll leave this one Lox rug here. Go put everything else away. Trying to just make it so that I could walk up without having to sprint. Have to fix all this at some point. Let's see. Go drop all the ore off. Don't need this on me. I have so much copper that I could actually do wall sconces and feel okay about it, honestly. I think maybe I'll do wall sconces on the exterior that I'm going to see more. I think that'll make more sense overall. Because honestly, I'm not going to go in a lot of the buildings once I've, you know, finished them. I might run around the exterior a lot. He's so cute. Put the treasure away, put the falling head away. That's something I might want to make use of in something like a tavern. I could make use of like deer trophies and boar trophies. Ooh, dandelion. Okay, I need lox pelts and a couple stacks of fine wood. That's gonna be all my loxes. I wish I could make troll rugs. Okay, what else do I need to bring? I could bring a forge with me so that I can... Oh, you know what? I could bring stuff for signs and a forge. Because I might want to do some sconces. Resin. I need to bring some resin too. Plus the ore down, or the copper down. Yeah. Gonna be a heavy walk. I think Locke's rugs look the best out of all of the rugs available in the game. The bear rug, I wish that there was an option to make a bear rug without the headpiece on it, because the headpiece is physical for you to sit on and it's annoying to run into, but I would take the size of the rug all day. All right, let me grab some wood and stone, and we'll build a forge here in case I want to do wall sconces. That there. That stuff there. Okay. What do I want to do? Dragon head, good, you think, as the decorative piece? Or because I want something sticking out from the building to attach the sign to, for the building, for, you know, whatever the location is that we're doing. Do this. I don't think that pops enough. I think that works. I think that works perfectly fine. And then from like right here. The only problem is that it's hanging off of an invisible thing. I went up there. Cavern. That way if you're walking the boardwalk, I think that that works really well. And then I think we want to do a wall sconce out here. Do wall sconces go out in the rain? Well, I guess it's covered by the overhang anyways. Let me turn this off. I definitely think some deer heads in here will make a big difference if I mount some of those on the walls. What do we think? One in front of that, maybe in the open spaces where there's not going to be chairs or stools. We make sure this way, I think, is the way it needs to face. Let's do one secluded one, another one, another one, another one. That looks appropriate. Do we think that the bar would look better if it had this, like, lip on it? I think it looks a little more polished that way, but what if, because... Okay, hold on. So I could do it like this, or I could bring over some ash wood and have ash wood be the rail. Oh, you know what? Let me take the lock side upstairs real quick, and we'll plop a couple more Rugs. Or make each room relatively cozy. Let's say in the walkways like that. I'm gonna grab some ash wood and have a look with that. Want to be a little organized while I work. Alright, let me grab some ash wood. Oh, down here. I did find that it is relatively easy to farm ash wood in two different ways. One, you have a Morgan help you. If you get a Morgan while you're near an Ashwood forest area, you can have her come attack you and just dodge constantly, right? But like be within the trees and she'll beat the shit out of everything. And there'll be piles of wood and logs that are, you know, much easier to break down. I think that this looks a lot better. Let me do an Ashwood vertical beam, but let me see if I can... I want to do one... That makes it pop a lot more, I think. One thing that I have done in other areas is put Ashwood up as a backboard like this to place like sword and shield and stuff on. So I could do one like there and then put a sword and shield on it or something if I want to. I don't think... I'm trying to think. Should the windows be fully outlined, or the down here, or should I, instead of outlining all of it, just highlight the bottoms along the edge of the stone? Oh, actually, what if I did that? Does this clog the window too much? Like it looks good, but it almost looks like it's a little too much. Like, I wouldn't mind incorporating more ashwood into this, but I definitely don't want to go so overboard that it becomes a nuisance to try and, you know, build, because I'm going to build a lot of buildings out here. Let's try with this. No, that doesn't have enough going for it. I think either nothing if we did verticals. Yes, sugar bear.
What do you want?
Ooh, Jello pudding. The kids are playing pretend food. Okay, what if we do this? Take the wood out of the bottom piece there. What if we pop that back? What if I just do the exterior? What? Oh, chocolate, of course. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah. I have to... What? You don't have brown? How about banana? So like this, we could do... Ooh, what if we did this one? In this window. And then lined it with ashwood. We do just the exteriors. Oh, yep, that's there. Bum, bum, bum. When all you gotta keep it strong, move along. What do we think of that? I think that's a good detail. And honestly, what if we booped out this and did this here and here, and then we did ashwood along the bottom. Oh, I missed. Actually, I think for this one, it might make more sense to mimic the other big one downstairs. Always lag during saves. I don't ever want to be you. Don't want to be just like you. Hmm. Let's see. University, get a real job. I think that this is adding some really good depth of color. Did I keep all the ashwood on me or did I put some down? You? I think that looks pretty good. I think the dragon head works for that. I think that doing ash to the windows makes sense. Helps add some depth to it, some color. I guess contrast would be the thing. Should I do one hanging brazier from here? Core wood, I could do one. Yeah, I think I could do one hanging brazier and have it make sense, right? Maybe? Core wood. I will need to grab bronze if I'm doing a brazier. If I go that route, that would ruin that vibe on that wall. If I go this route, it won't block it entirely. I think that'll be fine. Although, hanging it from higher up probably makes better sense. So that it's not blocking. That doesn't look right, hanging like that though. Ooh, yeah, let's do that. That tall. Right there. There we go. There we go. Let's get some bronze. Dump the ash that I have in there. Oh, lots of wood over here. Lock hides. Dump all the wood in there. And we'll start dumping stone in there. Core wood can go there. Come on, jumpy, jumpy. Can't walk up that. Want to get everything up on the same level. Make it easier to grab the supplies when I need them. Stone. Stone. Take all those. Pick all those. Got a Grosstein box now. Plop this here in front of the door for now. Just increase the range of where I want it. I know exactly that you got me. Okay, let me go grab some bronze so that we can do the hanging brazier. Bronze. Grab 20 because might need extras at some point. Resin. Yeah, that's fine. Here we go. It needs coal. Was it coal, wood, bronze? Oh, a chain. Blah. Forgot the chain. So I feel like maybe the Black Forge should teach you a recipe to turn iron into chains so that you can have control over, you know, having more chains instead of having to only hunt wraiths that are not a easy to collect thing. But I think chains should be a placeable object for us. There we go. I think that's good. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll probably mount a weapon on that. Wait, didn't I just get the ashwood from that? Or did it break and pop out of the ceiling? Oh, way up there. That's not what I meant to do. Maybe I'll put something on there. I don't know. But I've got it positioned well enough now that I can. People could still use the rock windowsills if they wanted to. I think that the ashwood highlights the bar well, but I am concerned that maybe it does it too well. Like there might need to be a little something more somewhere. I don't know. I think this is okay for now. Let me run my 2 cameras. We're gonna do the ocean view. The fuck? Try to think of what else. Got a tavern. I know I was planning on doing. Oh, thank you. A bakery. I guess out here on the ocean front, there should be maybe like a fish merchant, a fish shop. I was thinking I should make another like billboard list area for all of the build ideas. I was also thinking about a cemetery. And I think I want to make sure that I have a way to walk in between the buildings, at least like every other building, but I was planning on making the buildings like basically touching one another. Maybe because I've got the inn above the tavern, the rooms. Maybe with those rooms there, what I should do is make a shorter building, something smaller, so that I don't have like a tall roof sitting right next to a tall roof. Oh. So my head starts spinning. Okay, did that one, and then I'm gonna do this other flyby that's more inland. Thank you. This is probably one of the coolest plugins I've found for Valheim. I haven't been using it that long, but I've used it a bunch since I got it. Cinema Path or something like that is the name of it. Cinematic Path. And so you can set the pathing, you know, for like as if you had a camera on a track, and then you can tell it to go. Right now, I've been recording in this like ultra slow flyby, and my intention was to just go into video editing to speed up or slow down as I need. I'm thinking what I might end up needing to do is alter the way that I've done it and just like change the speed depending on the recording. So like when I'm flying out here outside of buildings, a faster speed is a little bit better. It feels a little nicer overall. But if I keep that same speed for the interior of a building, it ends up completely going like so fast that it's like a terrible roller coaster jerking you around all over the place. Can definitely.
Oh,
Hey, you could take the pudding back. Thank you. So I'll have to mess with it some more. To see if it does what I want properly. When I go into editing. Yeah, I gotta make sure that it does. Who? Is that what her name was? Okay. Who's that? Don't kill her. Oh, didn't mean to hit the microphone. Apologies to your ears if that reverberated as loud as I think it might have. That is not doing what I want it to do. Export. I'm back home, so they're singing la la la. Yeah, so I made the path for this portion in the anticipation of me building a bunch of buildings that'll go all along this ocean boardwalk type space. Big B or AVI WebM. Okay. Welcome. I think overall this looks pretty good. What should I build next to it? Should it be a... Excuse me, sorry. Should it be a bakery? A bakery could be pretty small, not take up too much space. Oh, venture. Eventually, yeah. La, la, la. Uh, okay. Um, go with clear and then go back into that. Come here, Skeeto. Come on, Skeeto. Now you're dead, Skeeto. Okay, so I think that's something to do is put the ideas down somewhere. I guess we could just use the bar for now as a way to track the ideas. It is insane how bumpy the walls are sometimes. Okay, one. Okay, bakery and fish shop. A butcher, tailor, armorer, and weaponsmith. I guess it'd be armor smith and weaponsmith. Jewelry. I could do restaurant. I'm terrible at spelling. I probably spelled restaurant wrong. Oh, you know, fish shop and bait. We could have the shop that sells fish also have fishing poles and bait and, you know, whatever fish related things, a harpoon, knives. Separately, lumber yard up on the hill somewhere. Not like a front of the shop area, you know, not here on the main drag, but up in the building somewhere. And then same thing also would be graveyard. Oh, prison. And gallows outside of the prison? No, no, no. What do they call the hanging platform? Is that the gallows, or the gallows is like the waiting area to kill people? Hangman area. I don't know what else to call it. Let's see. What else can I pull off over here? What else might be in this more fancy part of town? Almost there. Within the right side. Stupid thing. Up on that rise, stay up on that rise. Never. Whoa. It broke the stone table that I had out here. I've been down, but you haven't seen the best of me. Hey, hey, hey. Should I make the tavern white font? What is it? F's or zeros? It's F's. Six. Yeah, that'll stand out way better. Okay, let's get some stone to fill this in. All right. I guess one thing I could check is from the basement. How does it look down here? Need to knock out a little bit of stuff to make it walkable again. On Sherry, but the truth catches up with us eventually. I had to raise the dirt on the outside, which caused it to go all wibbly wobbly on the inside. Knock. Oh, wrong thing. 8. There we go. We're gonna dig this down a little bit. Let's do the fish shop next to this one. And what we're going to end up doing is making more stone walkway here. Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll end up doing this. Like that. All right. So if we're gonna continue this design concept, we're gonna start from here, and we'll do a stairs first, and then this. I did 1 stone for the exterior landing. Oh, didn't mean to tilt that. 1 like that, and then 1 like that. I don't know how big yet this is going to end up needing to be. Maybe I'll put like an official walkway up this using the, I'm gonna need so much stone. Yep, I'm gonna have to go get more stone. I'm gonna probably have to have my character AFK at my stone farm every single night. Oh. Didn't mean to raise that much. Okay, so if this is going to be a fishing shop slash a guy that sells his fish, I think what would make sense is for him to initially have not a huge shop. Maybe not that big. Maybe we'll go one block wider here. This. And then we'll do the corner block like that. Oh. Raise. Ah. There. Why are you popping? Are you really not touching dirt? Come on. Oh, way too tall. Ah. Uh. Or oh, there we go. Need to repair and get full inventory of stone again. Didn't mean to punch you, sorry. Okay, so I've got 2 more boxes of stone here, and then I've got 2 more boxes of stone there, and 1 big one there. So I am still pretty stocked on stone, but if I'm going to be building this whole area out, I'm going to really need to get more. I didn't quite make it to the boxes before having to dump items. Come on, walk up, walk up, walk up. It's not gonna walk up. Oh, in the same spot with me. Never stop. Alright, we'll do that. Have it go back a ways. So The merchant would probably have a back room, and maybe he lives above his shop. Right? I think a lot of the merchants would probably live upstairs above their shops. I think that makes sense. Alright. So we're going to do 2 layers of stone tall. So that'll be that. Let's make these walls meet together. We'll use this to get them flush. And we'll do a similar, we'll do a big window. We'll just do 1 big bay window here. Yeah, we'll do 1 big window, I think. I might knock out this one. Just so that it doesn't block that window view. Might do that here too. Let's try. Yeah, I think that's okay that I did it that way. I think we'll do that here. I think we'll get rid of this one. Hey, children. Hey, children. Hey, children. Addison. You're the children when I say, hey, children. Did you guys clean up your mess before you came in here to switch to video games? Are you sure? So if I go out there, there's 0 mess? Well, is there any mess? Okay, then carry on. All right. So I think what we'll need to do is grab wood and start the actual like walking path of this place. So I think rather than a lower exterior door, actually, you know what we could do is we could put an exterior door here for him to come out this side. Do that, and I mean, it's supposed to be an alley, so it is supposed to only be like limited in its access. To do that, and then yeah, let's have it face backwards. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Oh, except that doesn't make sense. It's too tall to be there. There we go. That makes more sense. Be a back door right there. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. I need to get wood over here. I do need a minute though, because I gotta go deal with a child problem. Guess the kid locked the dog in his room, which is, you know, not a good idea, because dogs poop. I'll be right back. I have returned. Mahahaha. Alright, I have returned. Okay, so we need wood.
Oh, I need a pet.
Yes, Julie, can you see when you was falling on the sidewalk? I will go. Stop your shoes. Alright. Is it touching? It doesn't feel like it's touching. No, it's not. Okay. We'll go like this. Start there. Run it this way. Is that fishy? Hey, hey. Got a crazy floor because it turns and twists a little bit. What if we did this, actually? Let's see if this fits across. Goes flush. Yeah. That does fit across properly. Almost properly. But it looks like it fits the way that it ought to. Technically off by a fourth of a block. Hiccups. Oh, missed. Oh, hiccups. Don't tell the kids, but I brought back a donut. Okay. I like this. Let's do one window. Uh, I think that'll be fine. Do two decent sized windows. The issue here might actually be that the windows turn inward. Nah, that'll be okay. I can shift it. So I think what I'll want to do is have a roof start here. Oh. We're gonna go a half a block over the hang. so that starts there. Um, it went like this. Not far enough back. That's not quite good. What? No. Because I'm an adult and I do what I'm supposed to. The kids started debating how long an adult can go food. Okay. Trying to think. Right there. And go on. Okay. I do it like that. Could have. A whole room up here. How do I want to handle the stairs is the question. Hmm. Yep. What am I hearing? Oh, I have some floating pieces. Guess I did. I don't know. Let me grab some more wood. I went from here and went up. I want to put it like it's behind a counter. So if, oh. But if I want to have the stairs ending like this, that didn't give me a lot of space. I think staring up as much of a straight line as possible is probably going to be the thing that makes the most sense. How far back would I need to be for this? Okay, so that's like that. If I went one block forward, I could... Oop, missed. Close the door, please, girls. Girls. Thank you. Okay. So I could do this. Flipping in your head. Contemplating everything you ever said. Now I see that ship you got it down. La 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 la. Ba 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 ba. Let's go with this. Like that. And then that one. I think that'll be fine. I go every... What one? You didn't ever answer. Did he actually care? What? I'm back. Yeah, you left the dog on your bed. Well, don't be complaining to me when you're like, I can't sleep in my bed. It's got fleas. Oh, didn't mean to break that. Back to this. you on. Headstrong. Headstrong. Uh-oh. That's not what I meant to do, but that's what's happening. There we go. We can use this as a place marker for the stairs. That's not what I meant to do. That one. Debbie just hit the wall. She never had it all. One Prozac a day. Husband's a CPA. He went out the door when she turned 24. Only been with one man. What happened to her plan? She was gonna be an actress. Gonna be a star. She was gonna shake her ass on the hood of Whitesnake's car. Looks at her average life. Nothing has been alright since Bruce Springsteen, Madonna. Way before Nirvana, there were U2 and Blondie. Music still on MTV. Her two kids in high school. They tell her that's cool. $1985. The classic. Every Breakfast Club, pretty hint. Where's some? Thanks. Okay. I think even though there's some awkward corners here, this is coming together pretty well. Right. Okay, good. So if I take it this way, then it matches right up to that roof. He hates time. Make it stop when they clip plastic rock. Donna, baby, Donna, Dylan, cool. 19. There we go. I think what I'll do, I was planning on putting on the counter towards the back, but I'll just put the counter right in front so that the stairs can stay secluded area. I think we'll put a little flap door thing here. One shot. One tapped, baby. Fill the gap. Fill the gap. Say what you mean. Tell me. Okay. Oh no. Should I just do all roof off of this? I think I should. I can make it asymmetrical and have it be a short slope on the other side. Say what you mean. Down. Yeah, I think I could do that and be okay with it. Oh. Excuse me. Probably take more medicine or whatever this is. So one thing I'm gonna do is just cap that off the rest of the way. Take this wall over first. I think next time I'm gonna make a perfect rectangle and then just make the stairs weird, whatever I need to go with the flow on the stair connection. Hey, how's it going, Hardtarth? I am currently working on what I'm calling my second district. Trying to decide where to put stuff. I just did a tavern, and now I'm working on what's going to be a fish and tackle shop, like fish and... There'll be fish, but there'll also be the stuff for, you know, going fishing. I missed. So, here's the tavern. What I got so far. I didn't furnish it with food and drinks yet, but I put a few rooms upstairs and then just made space for tables and chairs and whatnot. Some stuff will go behind the bar, and then made it so that the manager has a bedroom. And then I made a downstairs back door and an upstairs back door and was going to continue this walkway to the next store here. Go grab more wood. Okay, that much. So I'm trying to go build in a more medieval style. Thinking like as an inspiration, I'm doing like Ocarina of Time vibe. But I'm also taking whatchamacallit, the Red Dead Redemption as a bit of a inspiration for the build in terms of like how I'm making this city come together. And so far so good. This is going to be the fish merchant's shop. I will probably honestly have to go fishing in order to really build this thing out. But I'm going to end up putting maybe fishing poles along the wall in different spots. I'll have some shelves for like bait, and then maybe a tabletop of various fish. Maybe that's what I'll do under the stairs. Yes. How's it going for you today? Let me move this door just a smidgen. I'm gonna manually place it because it got that little bit of a gap. There we go. That's less noticeable. So I think what I'll do thinking about having a walkway here from this spot going up to be able to go to like the next set of buildings back here. Yeah, I think I'll take this whole space to have it do a walkway going upward to go to the next like tier of building back here. Man, these gray dwarves keep destroying all of the workbenches and stone benches I put out. Gray dwarves and fallings and whatever else. Bunch of jerks. Okay, so I have a list of ideas. Ooh. You're going on to bone mass. That's nice. I've got a list of ideas here for shops. Bakery, fish and bait, butcher, tailor, armor smith and weaponsmith as two separate things, a jewelry store, some kind of a restaurant, and then up in the, like up further, not on the, because like I was trying to keep the ocean walk just like storefronts. So further up the hill, I'm thinking a prison of some kind, and then a hangman's area, like noose type deal, and then a lumber yard somewhere up there, and a graveyard. For the prison, I have an idea. So I've got a troll cave right over the hill here. So my thought was, if I build the prison like next to or attached to this, I could add some stone around this and make this look like the entrance to a torture chamber. I'm surprised I never killed the troll in here. Don't believe me, just watch out. Believe me, just watch. I was thinking also that I've got on the walls, I've got these like outpost builds that are the larger structures. I was thinking I might put one here on the edge of the ocean for this to like end into, and then let the wall, once I finish the buildings, I can let the wall go around surrounding this area also and meet up with the other wall at some point. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Uptown Funk, gonna give it to you. Is this gonna be your first time fighting Bone Mass? Well, do you feel like you're prepared? Hi, Maxic. I know Bone Mass can be a little creepy, but not too hard of a fight, I don't think, in my opinion. I'm doing good. How about you? Uptown, funk you up, bit uptown, funk you up. I think this whole back piece here is going to be shelf. Level 3 iron weapons, and there will be 3 of you. Nice. I don't want to spoil anything for you. So like I could tell you tips, but I don't want to take away from your experience at all. I would only say, think about everything you've experienced in the swamp and, consider that when you're, going out there. I don't know why that doubled the chat on the thanks for the follow, but yeah, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I think that's a good amount of shelving. I think on the wall we'll just place some things. Maybe on the wall. Yeah, I think on the wall makes the most sense. Maybe a tabletop of fish also. I think for the fish, what we'll do is we'll go from here. So I'm building, instead of using fine wood to build a table, I'm just kind of building some tables like this using the regular flooring pieces. I saw the 1.0 trailer and I'm really excited for it. It looks really good. Couple things that I noticed the most. The grappling hook was a big thing I noticed, where it, presumably using chain and metal of some kind, you get to shoot a grappling hook that'll latch onto stuff and pull you to it. It looks like the deep north is gonna cause like a frost effect that we might have to have special stuff for. I don't know if it'll be the same kind of effect as potions work for in the mountains. I think that they would probably make that a separate effect. It looks like we get to aim another creature, some kind of a elk or moose type dude. I think we're gonna do this. I think we'll do like that. Yeah, 1.0 is looking like it's gonna be really good. I'm very much so looking forward to it. It'll be interesting to see what other things that they bring to it that they might not have even mentioned to us yet, or hinted at. Because like they've already shown us that drawbridges are going to be a thing. I wonder what other things we might not know about yet, but are like in the works. Put that there. I need to go grab some more ash wood. We could put a couple rugs in here. I'm working on a shop for like a fish merchant. Yeah, I can definitely feel you on that one. There might actually be a mod for NPCs, really. I'm not sure. Sadly, we just have Hildur and Haldor and the Bog Witch, which, is great that they added that, but yeah, it would be a little nice sometimes if that was available. There's a game, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Let me open my Steam library because I own the game, but I don't remember the name of it. It's a medieval city builder, but you're not city building from like a Sim City perspective. You're in the world. You're able to build the world and recruit NPCs to come live with you. It's not Manor Lords, although I know of that one. It's Medieval Dynasty is the one that I played. It does offer co-op. I guess was added in an update. Medieval Dynasty. So it's medieval style. You basically start out as a guy who is fed up with the cities that exist and wants to branch out on your own. So you go start a settlement out on your own, and then you've got to go to the other towns to try and recruit people. And then you can assign asks to the different people. So like when somebody comes in, they might say, oh, I really love hunting and gathering, it's really fun. So then, okay, you assign them to the hunting lodge building that you build in your area. Pretty cool. Oh, that thing didn't do what I wanted it to do. What time do I suggest building a huge base like a mine? I like building, but don't want to keep shifting. Right now I have a base in the meadows near swamp, mountains and plains. For a huge base, I would say that it depends on the vibe of what you want. Once you have access to stone, you can kind of, build almost whatever you want. But as you go, it's hard to say. So one of my things that I've had a problem with in the past with any building game, Minecraft, Valheim, whatever, once I get to a certain point of like clearing the game, I can often find it difficult to want to like get back into the world because sometimes it feels like, yeah, what's the point? Now, I've really been loving building in Valheim, so that keeps me coming back. And then streaming it gives me an opportunity to share what I'm doing with people, which I think was in the past. I think that was an aspect of something I was missing, is like sort of having people to play with. But with streaming, I am basically always playing with people because I've got people around hanging out, helping in ways, offering ideas and concepts. So it's like people are building with me the whole time anyways. With that said, if you are happy to, start the game or start building and you think you'll keep building regardless of what stage of the environment you're in and you'll enjoy it, then I'd say you could start building whenever, knowing that everything becomes easier the later in the game. So like, say you want to build with stone, for example, you want to get like a gray dwarf farm started so that you have access to an infinite amount of stone. Beyond that, your limitations are going to come like if you want to build tall, like this structure and the lighthouse over here. If you want to build tall, you need iron in order to do metal posts to be able to support building the stone that tall. Need to bring more ashwood over. I think I need to make more fishing poles. So it really just depends on what vibe you want. Ashwood. I always do a base on the water, primarily because there's oftentimes you're gonna want to bring materials back to your base, and in order to do that, you're gonna want boat access. So that's why I always build on the water. If you want to go exploring, you don't have to go very far. But Hartarth, the thing to consider also with building is what style do you want? Um, you're on bone mass, so you're doing swamps. You've got access to stone and iron and wood and core wood. You've seen some of the ashwood stuff that I'm building with, and then there's grosstein, which is another type of stone. If you really like ashwood and grosstein, then you might want to wait until you're in the ashlands before you build too much, because like you said, if you don't want to tear stuff down and rebuild, um, it'll be a while before you'll be at ashwood, if with you being in swamp currently. But like, I'm enjoying building for the sake of building. So 99% of what I'm building is not a necessary aspect of the game or the world. So it really just depends on what you want to do. Yeah, Valheim's got a really great building system, in my opinion. It's got some issues, but realistically, it's got so much going for it because you can do a lot of whatever you want. No, your English is great. I would not have guessed that you were English as a second language, or more than second. I want Ashwood for Windows. Okay, so go like that. Do the same on this one. Hey, how's it going, Andrew? After 1.0, they plan to continue development. It's slow, but you love it every time. So I didn't see anything. I didn't watch the like full dev conversation. I just watched the trailer for 1.0. So if the devs did say anything about continued development, I didn't see it because I just didn't watch that part. The only thing I had seen was what they had said originally, which was they simply don't know what they may or may not do after releasing 1.0. That was what I had originally seen. Fantasy books, it depends on what you're interested in. Right now I've had like half a dozen romantic type books, romantic fantasy books that I've gone through. And then I am almost finished with I'm not even sure what genre it is. It is fantasy in that it's vampires and mythical creatures, but it's also kind of detective vibes with like almost like a whodunit or like a mystery. So it's got kind of a mystery vibe to it, and it has monsters and things and quite a bit of comedy. Medieval, dark fantasy, bright fantasy. So, if you are good with, if you're happy to read something with romance involved, then I've got a couple series that I could recommend. If not, I haven't started it yet, but I know that the Arclight series from Brandon Sanderson is considered, like one of the go-to best for the series. If you fantasy series that are considered more high fantasy. A lot of people say nothing but good things about Brandon Sanderson's couple different series that he's got. And then if you are interested in a comedic one at all, I really enjoyed Fred the Vampire Accountant. There's a lot of humor in it, as well as like some mystery aspects where he's, trying to figure out who's messing with him once he becomes a vampire, and he's trying to like learn the rules of being a vampire after having been left to figure it out on his own from the guy that turned him into a vampire. I think I want this. Yes, Fred the Vampire Accountant by Drew Hayes. That's a series that it's a lot of books, but they're not very long. I did the audiobooks because they have a graphic audio option for it, which is what I always go for when possible. So I do the graphic audio. I thought it was great. The main character is clever, while also, he's oblivious to some aspects of this world that he's in. So it's kind of interesting to, see how he handles things, because he, spent most of his life being a mortal human. And so it's a lot of him using human morality instead of vampire. If you want romantic fantasy, I'm a big fan of A Court of Thorns and Roses series. Throne of Glass, also romantic fantasy. Not a huge amount of romance in it, but depends on your taste with all of that. I'm very analytical, so I've got issues with Throne of Glass in the aspects of, like, what do you call it? In TV and movies, you would call it continuity errors. Like, why did this person do this when they specifically said in the past that they were 100% against whatever? That kind of thing. That type of continuity error. Not that Throne of Glass is riddled with them. It has some, but it more so makes me have a bunch more questions about things rather than problems with it. I still think it's a great series, and I'm glad that I read it. I'm going through Plated Prisoner right now, but I'm only like halfway through the series, so I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. Not entirely. I'm enjoying it so far. Another one that I'm that I'm listening to that I'm like 2 or 3 books in out of like 6. Can't remember the name of it right now. Oh, it's the from Blood and Ash series is the one that I'm thinking of. I'm enjoying it, but it's also it's a lot. A lot of the romantic fantasy series are a lot of books, so it can be kind of hard or daunting sometimes to try and walk it into a series that's got, you know, 6, 8, 12 books for some of them. I think I need to take a little more core wood over there. Russian. Yeah, I really have enjoyed the Fred the Vampire Accountant one. A lot of really funny stuff and some really lovable characters in it. I think that's a big thing for me, is if the characters feel like I would like to hang out with them, that's a big selling point for me on whether or not I want to keep listening. I think that right there. You were looking for a romantic series, different from the thrillers and brutal books. Yeah, so my wife is huge into reading, so she's the one who got me on to just reading in general, but romantic fantasy type stuff. A lot of the romantic fantasy, the characters are younger. So as long as you're fine with, well, I say younger. Some of the characters are younger. Some of them just appear younger because it's fantasy and, they're eternally young. Fourth Wing is a decent one. I am very much so looking forward to when they come up with the next book for that. There's a, I would say, a distinct quality difference between the first book and the other ones, second and third ones. But I would say that the first and second ones are really, really solid. And the third one, it feels more like you need the information for the next in the series, but that they could have done better overall with the presentation of the story in that book. Pacing is a little weird, that kind of thing. But Fourth Wing is a good one. If you wanted a modern fantasy, like semi-modern fantasy, the same writer of A Court of Thorns and Roses and Throne of Glass also wrote Crescent City, which is as if it were modern day, like how it is today with cell phones and internet and all of that, but it's a fantasy. There are all sorts of these mythological creatures that exist that are just a part of everyday life, but it's like you would expect in that the actual sprites, like fairies, have leadership roles that, you know, people uh, give them so that they're kind of like a Congress. You know, they've got a voice in their universe of space. Trying to get this to line up right. I'm gonna have to go do a workaround of some kind here. There we go. Yeah, for me, I don't need the romance aspects in the fantasy books. Um, and sometimes honestly, I'm like, ugh, another romance scene. Like, let's just get back to the plot already. I want to know what's happening with the characters, not their junk. I think that is good like that. No, that one's off. Inner bottom, do that. Okay. No, I would not say that it's like Twilight. So Twilight is honestly, I think Twilight is like a classic vampire story in the essence of, you know, it's got kind of all of the basic tropes of vampire stories where um you know, the vampires live in secret and try and, you know, stay hidden from um, humanity as a whole to keep doing what they're doing without running into problems. While Crescent City is all of the fantasy creatures that exist there, they all have some role in the world where it's like, you know, maybe they've got their own kingdom or, you know, like a continent on the planet that they primarily live in or whatever. Um, so they definitely have uh, an open existence, not like they're trying to keep themselves hidden from humanity the way that most vampire books have vampires depicting themselves. I think that looks good. Yeah, I think that's fine. This one got a little weird because the front of the building is kind of crooked. I don't. I think I'll leave it like that. Because the other option might be to send it out further. Nah, I'll leave it like that. I mean, I read the Twilight books when they were, you know, originally hyped. Um, I enjoyed them very much so. I think that the movies didn't do the books justice. I don't think that they were done well in comparison to the quality of the books. So I think that, you know, I feel bad for the people in the movies that, you know, kind of got the short end of the stick with how it was all put on them. But, you know, is what it is. Yeah, I agree. Some imperfections are good. You see the wall is sticking through right there, but I definitely don't want to bother taking that all down a notch. Honestly, an easy way to hide it would be I have this mod that lets me tilt my my build stuff a little bit. So if I wanted to, I could plop another piece of roof here like this. It'll hide the portion on top. Because it lets me rotate it in a different angle from what the normal allows. That's actually a really easy fix that way. Oh, I need more wood. Let's raise this back up. I need more stone. Let me go. Need a rested buff again too. Yeah, a Court of Thorns and Roses is probably my favorite of the romantic fantasy series that I've read so far. There's 4 regular books, and then they've got like a novella that it is continuing, you know, with the associated characters, but it's like it doesn't progress the primary plot point at all. Close to midnight for you. Oof. 5 a.m. wake up. Yeah, you better go. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Let's pop grass in here. Okay, so do that, and then we do small dirt path. Oh, that's not a path. Derp. This one. Pathin. Well, I'm trying to do every day for at least a good portion of my morning time. So hopefully I'll see you again for too long. Thanks. Have a good sleep. Okay, let's I can do the small tree, right? Yeah, that's one. So I need fir cones. I don't think I have any over here. I think I took them all away. Let me go check this box. Yep. Pine cone. Oh, there's a skeleton burial chamber over there too. Oh, you stay. Hey, there's a fir cone. Okay. Small fur, small dead fur. Oh, I don't want to do a dead one. I just want to do a small one. Do that. And bushes. Plop one of those here. That looks great. I will have to spend some time fishing so that I can get more fish or putting it in the fish market. Honestly, that might be one of those things where it's worth getting a mod to, like, maybe there's a mod for a fish basket where I can just put a basket on the edge of the water and have a fish show up in it eventually. Go and go on the roof and grab whatever that piece is there. Well, the people won't be paying for the view. They'll be paying for the room, right? That in their view is going to be a neighbor's roof. Oh, art. Oh, not that. I need a regular one. A bad person. A mean cycle. Let's put one on the exterior. 2 copper. A judgment to another. Okay, sconce and then regular torches on the interior. Okay, and then upstairs. Oh, too close to the roof. Got smothered. Ah, I'm out of resin. Grab a little more resin. I know I have some here. There we go. Okay. And then they should have a table up here for eating. Yeah, I think that. Oh, down. We'll put one chair on each side. Got some fine wood, I can do that now. Okay. Let's put some chairs in. I've got fine wood here, so let's do that. We're gonna call it quits soon. Oh, I do have more fir cones. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's put the stone with the stone. Put the metal with the metal. Resin can go in there. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. And more too. Let's get it in like that and get it tilted. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Let's do chairs. I'll keep you my dirty little secret. Let's do less at these than I had planned originally, just so that I'm not burning through fine wood. Do double here. Yep, that's fine. And then we'll do 2 here. You are nor you'll be just another regret. Okay, so it doesn't need any down here. He needs 2 upstairs for the merchant shop. Okay. Not bad. Two big buildings in a pretty short time. Did lox rugs in there already. I'm gonna have to start breeding the lox more to make sure I've got adequate rugs. Don't need any of that here. Will this let me break the thistle spawn points? Oh, Valheim, my plants every food. Oh, cool. Perfect. I didn't want those thistles right there. I wouldn't mind planting some, but I didn't want them right there. Because I was planning on doing a stone pathway. Alright. Let's drop these goods. I might get on to stream again in a couple hours. I'm gonna try. We're gonna try, me and some friends, to play something, but I don't know what yet. So I might stream that. It just depends on what we're doing and how everybody feels about that. Okay, I could take all this with me. I am going to, let's see, Locks. Other Locks is way over here, being stubborn, shoving his face into the wall. Let's replant, harvest and replant all the barley. I actually should probably get some more flax going too, because of the intention I have for a tailor. Good dead. It was I who fucked the dragon, fuck-a-lizing, fuck-a-loo. And if you try to fuck with me, then I shall fuck you too. Gotta get it on in a party zone. Got to shoot it on in a party zone. God, I love this song. You best obey my words, son, you guys never born. Better than dreams of more. That pray for us from the depths of hell. Rock and roll's the devil's work. He wants you to rebel. You become a man, but heels a bob with string. Shut your water tone. Can you hear Boston? Where you're guided down from your road. They teach me how to rock. Flax. We're gonna plant you. I hear you, brave young chapels. You are hungry for the rock, but to know the ancient method, secret doors you must unlock. Escape your father's clutches in this oppressive neighborhood. On a journey you go to find the land of Holly. The city of Holly. And the world's most awesome land. Find yourself in... God, I love this song. Alright, got a bunch of flax planted. Pick up blue, hunger, and heart. Okay, I'm gonna run the camera again, and then that's gonna be it for me for now. Wow. Thank you everybody for watching, for hanging out, for chatting with me. I appreciate all of you. I will maybe be back later. We'll see. Don't know yet. But either way,